Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting shortly. Kindly have your seats. We'll be starting shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, It's a pleasure to welcome you on this third day of AIS, first day of Afrinic 35. This session is called, it's for policy discussion, and on this first day of Afrinic 35. On this day, 2 policies will be discussed. Before we start, I'd like to take us through a few house rules for both our on-site delegates and our online delegates. For on-site delegates, we will keep the plenary area to 50 parks. And this will be on first come, first served basis. But we have provided another room next to the plenary area as an extension where delegates can watch and follow these proceedings from the other room. Delegates in this room are asked to present their questions by using the microphone provided at the back, and we will be able to hear both from the delegates online and delegates on site. Delegates online are required to use the raise hand function and use the Q&A section, which is represented on the platform by a question mark next to your name. The chat function on the online platform will be used for general queries, and should you have any technical difficulty, kindly chat any Afrinic staff who has Afrinic next to their name. For those joining in the extension, you are asked to keep yourself muted so that you do not interfere with the transmissions. And for that reason, we are asking you to kindly put your questions in the Q&A. You won't be able to come to the mic. Those in the on-site are requested not to join the meeting via the meeting platform because you'll be taking everything from the meeting room. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the 2 co-chairs to take us through what they have planned for us today. The 2 of them are Mr. Darwin Da Costa and Mr. Vincent Gundi. Welcome.
Thank you, Susan. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, bienvenue, bem-vindos, everyone. And it's our pleasure having you guys on site and also to have our participants online. My name is Darwin Costa. I will be running the Afrinic 35 public policy meeting for the next 2 days together with my co-chair, Vincent Ngundi. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right. So let me quickly give you an overview of the agenda. We are already starting 15 minutes late, so we will try to recover that as we move ahead. So we just did the welcome, introduction, and the agenda overview. Afterwards, we will have the Afrinic PDP and building consensus. Right after, we will have the Q&A and a tea break. And after the tea break, we will be discussing 2 policy proposals. And in between that, we will have another tea break. And at the end, we will have the closing remarks of day 1. Next slide, please. I will go through the guidelines for participating for our on-site colleagues and also the online participants. Next slide, please. We'll start with the Afrinic Code of Conduct. As a participant in Afrinic public policy meetings, you are expected to behave professionally, respectful at all times. Act in the best interest of Afrinic community at all times. Respect the agenda. Please keep your remarks on topic for the relevant part of the meeting. I want to again rephrase that, the last point, because it's very important for us to keep, our remarks, questions, comments related to the subject that we are discussing. Harassment, intimidation, or offensive behavior will not be tolerated. Next slide, please. How to participate in the PPM. Question time will be open to allow questions from both online and on-site participants. Please use the Q&A window on Meet Echo conference platform. I think we all used to that because we have been using that for the last 2 years during the pandemic. So please do so. For those following the PPM on Facebook and YouTube channels, your questions will be monitored and copied to the Q&A window of the Meet Echo conference platform. You might subscribe to the RPD at Afrinic.net and make your contributions to the policy discussions. Consult the RPD archives to familiarize yourself with the discussions on policy proposals. Next slide, please. When given the floor, introduce yourself, state your name and affiliation clearly. Respect the timekeeping, keep your remarks reasonable short. Respect language differences, translators, and remote participants. Please speak slowly and clear. If you are opposing or supporting any policy, you must give an objective reason, bearing in mind the Afrinic Code of Conduct. If microphones are closed before you have had the chance to speak, post your message on the RPD mailing list, which will be monitoring through. Next slide, please. Now we will jump to the Afrinic PDP and building consensus. I will give the word to my co-chair, Vincent Ngudi, to guide us through that.
Thank you, Darwin, and good afternoon, everybody. As Darwin introduced me, my name is Vincent Ngudi. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Afrinic PDP, and I'll now take us through a short presentation on the Afrinic PDP, which is a policy development process, and the process of building, determining, and building consensus. We all agree that the PDP is one of the most fundamental tools that, the African Internet Community uses to determine how internet number resources assigned to Africa are used or are allocated. And one of the key processes in this policy development process is to determine and build consensus on the policy proposals that have been presented to the community. So I'll go through the policy development process, and I'll also go through the process of building and determining consensus. The word is building and determining. So what are Afrinic Internet Number Resource Policies? Next slide, sorry. Yeah. So what are Afrinic Internet Number Resource Policies? One, these are guidelines by which Afrinic manages internet number resources. And here we're looking at IP addresses and autonomous system numbers. There are guidelines for the services offered by Afrinic around these resources. So essentially what this means is that these policies are what guides the Afrinic Secretariat in allocating or managing the internet number resources that are allocated to the Afrinic region. They are developed by the Afrinic Internet Community, which is referred to the Policy Development Working Group. And they're developed through what we refer as the Afrinic Policy Development Process. And we'll look at how that looks like in a short while. Next slide. So the Policy Development Working Group, which is really another name for the Africa Internet Community, is composed of anyone that is involved in discussing a policy proposal. And when we talk about anyone, we're looking at anyone who is interested in the development of the internet in Africa. It is chaired by two co-chairs who are volunteers. Currently, it's Darwin and I. And it's supported by Afrinic through a policy liaison team. It's a team from the Secretariat that helps us in our work as co-chairs. And currently we have Madhvi and Bryce. So what are the roles of the PDP co-chairs? One, it's to moderate discussions in the resource policy discuss mailing list, which is the first point of call when anybody wants to propose a policy. Secondly is determining whether there is rough consensus during open public policy proposal discussions. And we'll see that during, in a short while actually, after this presentation, we'll be presenting, we'll be listening to and moderating 2 policy proposals that have been proposed and that are in our agenda. Our third role is that if a policy proposal gathers consensus, then it is to initiate and determine, initiate and end the final review of proposal, which is called the last call, and we'll see that in a few slides. Once consensus is achieved at the last call period, as co-chairs, we prepare and send a report of the outcome, showing a chronology of events, of activities regarding that policy proposal to the board. And it's up to the board now to ratify. And once the board ratifies, so one of our other responsibilities is to send a report once a policy proposal has achieved consensus. And our last responsibility, and not least, is to publish minutes of the proceedings of public policy meetings in collaboration with the Secretariat. So in a nutshell, the PDP is a set of steps by which the Policy Development Working Group deliberates and adopts the policies that guide the use of internet number resources in Africa. And it's supposed to be open, transparent, and bottom-up, and you'll see what those 3 mean. The policy development process is a policy in itself. It's a documented policy, and it's under Section 3 of the Consolidated Policy Manual, and it is also subject to change, like any other policy. As I said, procedures in the PDP are designed to be fair, objective, open, and objective. And one of the things is to provide ample opportunity for participation by any interested party, as long as the interest is towards the development of the internet in Africa. Our decisions are based on rough consensus, and we'll have a short presentation on what that means. And changes to the PDP itself, since it's also a policy, must also follow the PDP process. One of the reasons why we review policies is because we need to adapt them to the circumstances at hand. And some of the policy proposals you'll see today are aimed at exactly that, to review the current PDP because of the current circumstances, and to make the process better, to serve us better. The 3 principles of the PDP, one is openness, which means that policy development happens in an open forum, and you can see it's an open forum. The RPD mailing list is also open for subscription to anyone. Anyone can participate, but participation also has to be in adherence to the Afrinic Code of Conduct. Transparency, meaning that everything is documented and publicly available, either through the mailing list archives or through the website. And fairness. And essentially here, the goal of all discussions is to ensure that the internet resources, which are limited, are fairly distributed amongst the Afrinic internet community. This is a simplified version of the PDP. As I said, anyone can submit a policy proposal. And even as you prepare the policy proposal, the Secretariat is at hand to assist you in terms of format, not content, but just to make sure that they structure it in a way that clearly articulates what you have in mind. Once it's submitted to the RPD mailing list, it's also published on the website at the same time, and it's discussed in the RPD mailing list for at least 4 weeks before it's presented at a public policy meeting like this one. Now, at the end of this meeting, or at the end of the presentation, if consensus is not built, then obviously the process goes back, it loops back to the RPD mailing list for further discussion. But if it gathers consensus, it goes to the last call, which is at least 2 weeks. At the last call, at the end of 2 weeks, if there's no consensus, it's looped back again to the RPD list. But if there's consensus, then as co-chairs, we prepare a report, forward it to the board for ratification. And once the board ratifies, then it's forwarded to the Secretariat for implementation. That's a simpler version of the Afrinic PDP. All ratified policies are documented in the Afrinic Policy Manual, which brings together all the policy proposals. Before this, we used to have distinct policies just listed on the website, but the consolidated policy manual helps in making sure that everything is documented together for ease of reference and readability. And every time a new policy is ratified, then obviously the consolidated policy manual is updated. Now, one of the fundamental processes in the Afrinic PDP is building and determining consensus. So what does our PDP envision when it comes to building and determining consensus? Next slide. So section 3.0 of the CPM stipulates that 1, the objective of the PDP is to provide ample opportunity for participation and comment. Go back one slide. Yeah. So the objective of the PDP is to 1, provide ample opportunity for participation and comment by all interested parties. That's 1. And secondly is to establish widespread internet community consensus, or rough consensus for that matter. Secondly, section 3.42 of the CPM stipulates that the chairs determine whether rough consensus has been achieved during the public policy meeting. So our role is really stipulated in the consolidated policy manual. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. So as co-chairs, our view of building and determining consensus is informed by RFC 7282, which is on consensus and harming the ITF. It's an RFC that was developed for the ITF, but also for environments that are similar to ours, because we also have the same environment as the ITF, where decisions are bottom up and built via consensus. So RFC 7282 provides a guide to building and determining consensus. So when it comes to moderation of PDP discussions, we as co-chairs view our role as follows. 1, identifying objections and contentious issues regarding the policy proposals. And obviously, and we have said this in the mailing list, objections need to be objective, so that they're backed up with fact, and not just saying, no, I don't support that policy proposal, or yes, I support that policy proposal. Objectives must be backed up by reason. Our second role is tracking open issues that are yet to be addressed by the authors and the participants. So as I said, building consensus is one of the most key elements of a bottom-up multi-stakeholder policy development process. And as co-chairs, our focus is to 1, when it comes to building consensus, directing the policy development working group towards the areas that are contentious. So for example, if there's a discussion on the mailing list and most of the people agree on a certain area, our role is to identify what the issues of contention are and directing the PWD towards those areas. Our second role is to encourage participants to focus and seek consensus on such areas, and also to ensure that the concerns raised through the Afrinic impact assessment are addressed. So the Afrinic impact assessment is an assessment done by staff members, the Secretariat, and it is to look at the pragmatability and practicability of policy proposals, because again, you don't want to ratify policy proposals that cannot be implemented because of certain challenges. So we have to make sure that beyond the contentious issues from the PDWG, we also listen to and address the issues that have been raised by the staff of the Secretariat. So what is determining consensus all about? Determining consensus is a process, and it starts from the time a policy proposal is proposed. It considers the deliberations in the RPD mailing list and the public policy meeting to ensure that contentious issues are adequately addressed. So in determining consensus, the objective is always to aim for rough consensus, if not absolute consensus, which is also rare. Rough consensus is not built or determined through a voting system, so you'll not see any voting here. And instead of voting, the whole essence is to ensure that all objections and concerns are adequately addressed. Until that happens, you wouldn't say that you've achieved rough consensus. Our role in determining consensus is to keep looking and seeking consensus throughout the process for each and every contentious issue. And again, as I said, there is no voting mechanism applied at any point in time. And one of the reasons is to avoid vote stuffing. We really want to agree as much as possible on all policy proposals. And just to give you an understanding of what you mean by consensus, if 100 people are for a policy proposal, next slide, please. Oh, sorry, no, just go back. That's like it. Yeah, just to give an example, if 100 people are for, a policy proposal, and we have 5 people who are against, that will not be rough consensus. And what we're saying is that if a minority of participants have a valid objection, that objection must be dealt with before rough consensus can be declared. And I think that's one of the responsibilities of the authors. So even if one person raises a very valid objection, then really that objection has to be addressed before consensus is achieved. Likewise, if 5 people are for a policy proposal and 100 people are against it, you might still get rough consensus as long as these 100 people don't have valid objections. And that's the whole process of determining consensus. Next slide. This just shows that the process of building and determining consensus, and you can see that it starts with moderating policy proposal discussions in the mailing list, and the whole issue is identifying contentious issues, tracking open issues that are yet to be addressed, then building consensus, our role being directing the PDWG towards open issues, encourage the PDP to focus and seek solutions to these issues, and leveraging on impact assessment to address any open issues. And finally, we determine consensus, which is where the focus is to ensure that all open issues have been addressed. And that's a process Darwin and I will have. After every discussion, we'll sit down and ask ourselves, have all open issues been addressed? And if the answer is yes, then we have consensus. If not, then essentially we don't have. Again, in determining consensus, you don't determine at the end. You keep looking and seeking consensus from the day the policy proposal is submitted to the day it's discussed at the PPM. No voting, and as I said, 100 people for and 5 against, and 5 people for and 100 against might not necessarily be rough consensus. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think we can jump into the Q&A. Thank you very much, Vincent. Are there any questions from the floor so far? I guess we have one or not. No. Guess we don't have questions for the floor. Is there any questions from the online participants? PLT, can you guys just... No? No questions. So I think, sorry? Oh yeah. There's one.
We have 2 people on the online queue. We have Sylvain Aboka and Chuene. So Sylvain first and then Chuene.
Hello, shalom to you all. I'm glad to take in part of in the policy development.
Can't hear you, Sylvain.
Hi, I'm Sylvain Baya from Cameroon, CM Nord. So what I wanted to mention is that you have forgotten to mention section 3.6 of the policy development process, which is varying the process. Thank you.
Sylvain, could you please repeat that?
That you have forgotten to mention the section 3.6 of the policy development process, which is varying the process. Hope you are getting me. Are you getting me?
Can you please type on the Q&A?
It's on the chat.
Just type your comment. We'll read it out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Then can we have who's the other person?
Yes,
Surrender,
yes, I want in terms of
Semono, we can't hear you.
okay, hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my point I want to ask you this. In terms of rough consensus, let's say the 10 people disagree, agree on a matter, and then 100 disagree. How do you opt for the 10 that agree on the concept? Because if 10 by numbers, if you're going to based on numbers and facts, if 10 people agree on something and 100 disagree, it will be invalid to agree to go with the 10 that agree by percentage, by margins. It's not. It doesn't justify the rough consensus.
Okay, we can take that. There are a few other questions online. I think we can also address them one by one. But I'll start with Semono's comment about rough consensus. I think the whole issue, and as I mentioned, is about how objective those objections are. And you can have 100 people who say, I don't support a policy proposal without giving any valid reason. The whole essence of consensus is to consider and only consider issues that are objective. We're talking about technical resources here. I mean, technology doesn't lie, it's what it is. So if you really want to raise an objection that has valid concerns. And we can always find ways of determining whether concern is valid or not. So going to the Q&A, can I read this? Can I read to them?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Jody says, you indicated that policies are, welcome Jody, you indicated that policies are guidelines, not really. They are rules. Well, just language there, Jody, but yeah, they're actually rules that have to be adhered to. Jason Okoli, I would like more clarifications of the process of rough consensus. That's a bit generic, but if you can be more specific, you can respond to it. Or Sylvan, yes. Sylvan, sorry, we couldn't hear you. Thank you, Vincent. That process, you have forgotten to speak about section 3.6, varying the process. I think varying the process is really for exceptional circumstances, and it's rarely been deployed in our community. It's just a safe net in case we need it. But varying the process is where you vary the PDP because of exceptional circumstances. But that has not happened yet. But yes, It's part of the PDP. So if there are no other comments, I can't see any. I'll hand it back to Darwin.
All right, thanks, Vincent. So I think we handled the online questions, comments. I don't see any on site. So we should actually have a tea break now, but we will skip that because we lost 15 minutes before we started. And we will jump, hopefully the authors of the policy proposal are in the room, I guess they are. So we will start debating about the first policy proposal, which is related to guidelines and procedures. So before starting with that, I will like to call the authors to give us a briefly overview on their last draft. So Noah or Alain, one of you guys. Yeah, please. Yeah. Do you wanted to take it there? You can go there. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, co-chair, for allowing us again to, I will not say to present, because this policy proposal has been with us for 2 years now. So maybe I should first check. How many people in this room has read this policy proposal? Shit. It's hard. And this remind me a request I made several times, and I see CEO there. You know, CEO in the past, and maybe can confirm, what we used to do is we used to print the policy proposal and put them in the desk for people. Okay, maybe then I was told that instead of wasting paper, we should maybe put them on some tablet, but we need to find a way probably because if few people read these things. So, but anyway, I will go through the principle. But normally, what we should be doing at this stage is to just go to the differences between what we presented last time and now, to not waste time here. Okay, this is why I'm starting with. This has been with us for years, and basically, what we are trying to do here is to set a clear guideline on how the working group works. And I should first say that this is not amending the PDP, because there are confusion. This is not amending the PDP at all. We are not touching the PDP. What we're doing here is to set guideline for the working group, because the PDP, if you read the PDP said we'll have a working group, and it's the working group who will now discuss policy proposal. So I think this is important for people to understand. We're not touching the PDP. Number two is that what we put together here is not Alain and Noah's inventions. What we're just trying to do is to look at how working group operate at IETF. So we follow BCP 25, and also how the other area which use working group operate. So this is what is there. So it's not Alain and Noah trying to invent a solution here. So we've been presenting, looking at the discussion on the work and the mailing list, and so we are at version 5, and as I said, these have been intensively discussed, and I hope this time we will not go back again to the old meat and focus on a new substantive issue. So next slide. So from version 4 to version 5, what we did is mostly two things, trying to address most of the legal observations. and some of the concern we received at the last policy meeting. And one of them was to clarify the requirement. So we've said some rule before. Before it was if you want to be a volunteer for co-chairs, before it was you must attend, okay, a certain number of meetings of the last 3 years, okay. But then we clarified it and saying that the last 6 meetings you must attend 4 of the last 6 meetings, okay, and at least one of them must be face-to-face, because how the sections are handled face-to-face is different from online sections. And we also said that to be a good co-chair or candidate, okay, those who manage to have experience, okay, proposing document, policy proposal, and going through the process, okay, these people, okay, who have been a good candidate, because if you've never been through this process, you may not see how it is, because collecting feedback, talking to people one-to-one, and trying to build consensus, okay, when you are document authors, I think it can help you to be a good co-chair. So we amended and we introduced that one. Okay. Then we also amended the sections on appeal, because we said that when the co-chair are moderating the working group, it may happen that some people misbehaving got the posting right to be suspended. Okay. Then the original provision was that these people should appeal to the CEO. Okay, but the comment we had from legal and from the community say, no, you are connected to duplicity because there is already an appeal committee. Why do you want to go to CEO? So we amended and said that if for some reason, for example, if Sheun, okay, I know Sheun, okay, if Sheun rights has been suspended for some reason, then he should appeal to the appeal committee. What we were trying to avoid. No, I have nothing against you. I just want to make the things a bit exciting also. No, I know you are a board member and you will not misbehave. So. But if I've said Abdul Karim, then people will say, oh, he's a troublemaker. So, I'm not going there. Okay, so previously we were trying to keep this very short, because if you had your rights suspended, you appeal to CEO talk to you and co-chair and resolve. But if you appeal to the appeal committee, we all know the appeal committee process. Sometimes it may take long, but the recommendation from the legal said we should leave all appeals to go to the appeal committee. This is what we said. Then we also amended something saying that it was from shall to may, because people should know that when we are doing policy things, the word we have must, shall, should, may, etc. So before it was said, someone who disagree with action taken by the co-chair shall. We said, no, may. I may disagree, but I may not decide to appeal. Okay, this kind of detail. And then we also amended the definition of the working group, because the previous definition we had was the working group is place where we discuss policy proposal for internet numbers, resource management, and any other related topics. The legal said no, we should remove the any other related topics, and we should focus saying this working group only discuss policy proposal. So this is why this is at the basics of this amendment. Next. So this is the policy proposal. Now, for those who have not read, they think we are play. So this is what we are trying to do. If you look at the PDP, it said there is the working group. Working group has 2 co-chairs, but it said nothing about how this thing really works, and it led us to all this trouble we are having here and there, etc. So we are trying to put a clear guideline. Next. Okay, next slide. Okay, so we put clear the role and the responsibility of the co-chair, which is not currently the case. We define a clear procedure for the working group, because at the working group, how do you regulate yourself? How do you move forward, etc. Then we define how we appoint co-chair. We appoint co-chairs on consensus basis, or if we can't reach consensus for some reasons, we will use a secret ballot for a specific voting colleague. And then if we can't, then we will go to some interim appointment. Then we have provision for recall, resignation of co-chairs, and also have some provision for individual behavior. Next slide. So, consensus, and this has been discussed many times. Working group made a decision by consensus, and we believe we should also appoint co-chair by consensus. And then we will go for election last resort. Next slide. So, yes, so co-chairs, so then the co-chairs should lead, because this is the co-chair's role, to lead the process, okay, for determining consensus on the appointment. And if for some reason, we'll see if we have no co-chairs, because maybe the two co-chairs have resigned for some reason, then we call for the CEO to lead the appointment, the consensus process. And then we will do the voting, etc. So, and then the voting colleague is what we define here. So in case we can't get consensus, then, okay, past co-chairs, past board members, past CEO will form the colleagues to go through a secret voting, but this voting is special. It's ranking voting. It's not a vote where you select one among, you should rank, say, this is my number one preferred, okay, but if I don't have this, I can live with this one. If I don't have this, I leave this one, and this is my least preferred. It's not that you have a pool of people and you just come and say, well, this is my, no. It must be a ranking vote for this colleague. Next. Okay, so this is basically the process. We start the call for nomination on list 60 days before. We close 30 days. Okay. If we have 0 candidate, then the seat is vacant. Then board appoint interim. If we have 1 or more candidate, then we come to face-to-face. Like this, when we come to face-to-face, the first agenda item is to appoint. Then if we want one, then if it's 1 candidate, do we have a candidate to appoint? To okay, 1 candidate, do we have a consensus for the sole candidate to take the positions? If yes, we appoint. If not, the seat is vacant. Then if we have more than 1 candidate, 2 or plus, we still go for the consensus. If it fails, or no, if we got consensus on one of the candidate, one among the candidates, we have co-chairs. Otherwise, we will go for the voting for the other colleague, and then if we can't have voting for some reason, then board appoint interim. Next. Okay, so recall of co-chair. So now we propose here, currently to recall co-chair, you only need support of 5 working group, okay? But we're saying that 5 is too small. Okay, 5 was okay 10 years ago, but now that we have more people participating and the topics have become so complex, we're saying that before you can recall the co-chair, okay, or you put a proposal to recall a co-chair, then you need to also rally 10 different people from different organizations who has participated in the working activity. So then the board should form a recall committee, and we clearly define who should be members. So COE, Council of Elders, they should appoint 1 member, 1 GC governance committee, and 1 community member should form that recall committee. Next. Okay, so how do we moderate the working group? I think this is also very important, because if we are working group and we do not adhere to clear rules, of how we function, we will always be in trouble. After we close the discussion, let's say someone come and want to reopen it, etc., etc. So, and then as it's work everywhere, so when we are having a discussion, we should make progress. So if when we are having the discussions at mailing list or at the face-to-face, when people put input, okay, the co-chairs must be able to evaluate. Either then we propose some criteria here, so either it's old, so you come to discuss something what we already discussed, then you will be pointed to go read this document, go read this archive, we will discuss this. Or if you are still late and the point you brought is the minor point, it's not really changing how things work, it's the same. We will point you to previous discussions. So it is important for people because we hear people saying, oh, you are rejecting input. We are not rejecting input, but the co-chair should be able to point you to the archive. This is how it works. Go read. So if you, after you read the archive, you still think you have a valid point, you can still bring. But we can't just allow people any time to just keep repeating the same thing. So, but we are not rejecting. So, okay. Then it may also be a timing issue if the point you are raising is not yet on the agenda. Okay, we will keep you, or if it is out of scope, they can tell you. So we're trying to define, but this is not only, but we're trying to define this for the co-chairs to be able to manage, because as we said, we need to make progress. We really need to make a progress, and we need so I think I want this to be clear. The role here is not to reject, okay, but here is to make sure. That's why Vincent in the presentation said this thing is open and transparent, everything must be archived, etc. So co-chair should be able to tell you, oh, we will discuss this, we will resolve this, this is the reference to it. Okay. But still, if you still have a valid point, you can still come. And people should also know that even if co-chair, for example, if the co-chair said your point is minus, but if the working group think they want to discuss, they can still ask the co-chair to allow them to discuss. So I really want to explain the things that saying that it's not that we are putting a rule to make the co-chair king to decide, etc., etc. So we should not forget that the working group has the final say at the end of the day. Next slide. Next. Yes, individual behavior. So it can happen that sometimes some people go rogue for some reason on the mailing list or at the face-to-face. So we define a clear process for the co-chairs to trying to privately reach out, publicly reach out, and then if we continue, they will take some action. Maybe let's see the flow chart. Maybe the flow chart to explain it more next. Okay, so this is the flow chart. So if on the mailing list, if someone is being disruptive, okay, if the behavior is severe, then the co-chair can immediately take suspension things, then suspend that person from continuing. But if it is not, the co-chair will try to privately talk to the person, trying to understand. Okay, then if the thing continue, then you get more public warning. Okay, and if it persists, then the co-chair will suspend your posting right. It's very important. You will still be allowed to receive message, but you will not be allowed to post because you are making noise and preventing the people. But you will still be receiving mail, but you will not be allowed to post. Okay, and then but you can still appeal again that decision. What I said, you can still appeal, but now your appeal should go to the appeal committee. Next slide. So reactions, what I said, the thing we've been discussing is appointment by consensus. I think we have nothing to add. It has been intensively discussed. A recall of co-chairs, some people were concerned, etc. This one, we had enough discussion on that. And maybe the co-chairs have other issues, but from our views, these were the main concern. Then staff and legal, as I said, we address most of the legal observations, okay, with the changes, okay, except two, but we had a conversation with the legal. One of them was legal was saying, well, why do you impose that candidates for co-chair should reside in the regions? But we had that conversation to explain. The second one from the legal, we also clear, which did not lead to amendment, is the point of why do you want to have a separate colleague voting instead of allowing the working group itself to vote? That one also, we clear that one, so that's why. So, and then staff have said they will not have any issue with the implementation, but we will hear from staff and the co-chair if there are any things we did not take into consideration. I think this is my last comment, but I've seen my co-author over there, so I don't know if we still have, if you cannot see, allow Noah.
No, actually, you were right on time, Alan. I saw you had 15 slides and you did 1 minute per slide, so I think it's okay. We have a special announcement. If you just allow me, Suzanne, go ahead.
Good afternoon again. I would like to request all those who registered for the Afrinic Government Working Group. The meeting has started. Kindly step out. I'll be happy to guide you where you need to go. Thank you. That was just my announcement. Thanks.
Thank you, Susan. So I think it's time for the... Alan, do you wanted your author to say something? Is that what you said? Or no, it's fine. Then we have the impact assessment by the Secretariat. Madhvi, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm Madhvi Gokul from Afrinic. I'm pleased to present the impact assessment. So the staff interpretation and understanding of the proposal. Next slide, Daksh. So this policy proposal brings in some changes to the functioning of the Policy Development Working Group as follows. Thank you. The PDWG co-chairs responsibilities, appointment of the PDWG co-chairs, clarifies what needs to happen if one or both co-chairs are recalled, clarified how to proceed should a co-chair resign, mentions that if the working group finds itself without a co-chair, Afrinic CEO will lead the consensus process, describes the operations of the PDWG, such as the moderation of the working group discussions and sessions, individual behaviors in public policy meetings. Appeals, someone whose posting privileges have been suspended can appeal against these decisions to the appeal committee. The board shall appoint interim co-chairs within a prescribed timeline if the need arises. Next slide, please. So the proposal also clarifies on those eligible to be in the voting register should the last resort online secret ballot be used to select the PDWG chairs. In the case of recall of the PDWG chairs, the proposal mentions that the recall needs to be supported by other persons from 10 different organizations and that these people must have been subscribed to the working group mailing list for at least 1 year and attended at least one Afrinic public policy meeting during the last 2 years, either in person or remotely. The proposal also mentions the criteria that the Afrinic board should use to appoint the members of the recall committee, as well as guidelines for the consideration of recall and a 4-week timeline for the recall committee to have done its work. Active participation of candidates for the PDWG chair's positions will be determined by the PDWG when assessing the candidate. Next slide, please. So the impact On the registry functions, no impact is foreseen should this proposal reach consensus. On the meeting platforms, so if we have to restrict participation, we'll also have to implement it on the Afrinic meeting platform in case we are having online or hybrid events. For the voting, so usually there is an online voting platform will be required to host the online secret ballot if the need arises to do an election. And the voting register is defined, but I have another comment on that on the clarity of the voting register. On the mailing list, so the PDWG chairs will be subscribed to the members discussed mailing list as observers. This is because only registered contacts of our members have posting privileges on the members discussed mailing list. And in regard to the financial assessment, elections or voting platform are outsourced, and therefore budget will need to be planned accordingly. Now I'll read through the legal assessment. So under paragraph 3.3.3 of the proposed policy, the 5th paragraph, reference is made to any natural person residing in a country from the Afrinic service region is allowed to volunteer. It is apposite to state that whilst Afrinic is a regional internet community, yet it is an acceptable practice at Afrinic to allow persons not necessarily residing within the Afrinic service region to subscribe and participate in its PDWG. In view of the above, no, go one slide back, please. In view of the above, therefore, refraining persons not residing in the Afrinic service region from serving as PDWG's co-chairs would appear to be unfair in these circumstances. Next slide. So under paragraph 3.3 of the proposed policy, 9th paragraph, reference is made to no consensus. If no consensus can be reached and more than one candidate is being evaluated, then an online secret ballot to appoint the new co-chair will be held within 2 weeks after the PPM. The secret ballot shall be opened to the past PDWG co-chairs, past Board of Directors chairs, and past CEOs who completed at least one term and have not been recalled. There is no legal rationale that for the purpose of finding consensus, it is the PDWG which is called upon to decide on the matter. But in case of an eventual election for the selection of the PDWG co-chairs, the voters should include past PDWG co-chairs, past Board of Directors chairs, and past CEOs. The authors are recommended to review this aspect of their proposition or to clarify who the voters should be in these circumstances, as well as to advise on the eventual voters register to be used for this purpose. Next slide. The third and last note from the legal. So under 3.3.10 of the proposed policy, the following is observed. The CEO's decision shall be final and binding. We believe this is a typo, authors, and that you intended to refer to the appeal committee instead. Okay, so on this next slide, implementation. So implementation can happen within the timelines prescribed by the Consolidated Policy Manual should this proposal reach consensus and be ratified by the board. On this, I would like to thank you for your attention. Chairs, can I ask the audience 2 questions? One, who is on the RPD mailing list? Just raise your hands. Okay. And who knows where to find the proposals on the Afrinic website? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat, for the impact analysis on the proposal, and thank you for the authors for the new draft sent and shared it with working group. I will now open the mic for further discussions, but before doing that, I would like you to, whether you're online or on site, please do introduce yourself, name and affiliation. Start by saying if you support or oppose this proposal or want to comment on the proposal. Do you see any disadvantages on this proposal? Is there anything in the proposal that is not clear? And what change could be made to this proposal to make both effective and acceptable? So at this point in time, I will ask to go slides further because we're going to open the floor for questions and answers. Just go ahead. Q&A. No, it's just keep going. Slide number 29 should be 29. Yes. 27. Perfect. So we open the floor for question and answers. Okay, cool. So I do the on-site questions. Let us start with the on-site ones. So just step into the mic and raise your questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Abdul Karim. I stand here in my personal capacity. I want to start my question. First of all, I have a number of things written down, which I wrote them down myself while sitting down here. So it's not as if somebody has written anything for me to come and read out here. I just wanted to clarify that. My first questions go to staff. I want to first of all find out why we are still discussing this policy. And the reason why I want to ask that question is clearly you have started implementing this policy, at least if not all part of this policy. You've started implementing some part of this policy, especially when it comes to the selection of co-chairs. I want to find out, is this in line with the current PDP or with the current process, and why you started implementing this without the approval? That's the first one to staff. Then in terms of the proposal itself, I would not say I oppose this proposal because there are some good things in this proposal, and there are some things I disagree with in this proposal. I want to say in terms of where I agree, I believe there are a number of good things in this proposal. We have to have some changes. We have to live with reality. We have to make sure that we solve some of the current problems. Yes, there are problems that has to be solved, and I agree with a number of aspects of this proposal. So I'm not saying we should throw the proposal away entirely, but there are some aspects that I believe needs to be amended or looked into critically. When Alain was giving his presentation, Alain said the working group has the final say. But when I read through this proposal, a number of things on this proposal does not reflect the fact that the working group has the final say. It's either the CEO takes the decision, the board takes the decision, this takes the decision without the contribution of the working group itself. So I do not believe that this policy allows the working group to have the final decision. Now to the comments I have. Number one, the co-chairs has to be subscribed to the members mailing list. I believe the members mailing list is meant for members. If a co-chair is not part of, is not a member, I don't see any reason why the co-chair should be subscribed to the members mailing list. You have a primary contact for each proposal. Yes, that is fine in a way, but at the same time, it makes it the discussion. For example, it should be a discussion such that when I send an email to any of the co-chairs, both of them get the email. When it gets to the fact that I'm discussing with one co-chair, without the other one understanding or having a full idea of what the discussion that was going on, I think there is going to be a problem. Because if you have a primary contact for each of the proposal, then why do we need that primary contact? The only reason is you want to contact that person. So if I'm contacting one of them without the other one knowing what we have said, then it's going to lead to a problem in future because he wouldn't understand what has gone on and it was not part of the process. So that is why I disagree with that. Then assisting authors with formatting the proposals. I do not think you need to assist the author because by the time you assist authors, for example, Madhvi said the co-chair, there was a typographical error. The typographical error says the CEO has the final say, but that the intention was supposed to be the appeal committee has the final say. These are two different things that if we say that is their intention, we cannot be 100% sure. So if you are saying you are going to be formatting, what level of formatting are we talking about? Are we talking about the fact that you now can rewrite something under the name of formatting? So I don't think that should be part of the work of the co-chairs. Then also section 3.3.23. Sorry, I would rush through.
Can you speed up, please? Because we
Okay, yeah. 3.23, it talked about what the co-chair needs to do after the meeting. There was no timeline in this. Then appointment of PDP co-chairs. When the question was asked at the beginning, I know it was mentioned by one of the comments that these are technical issues. It is not only technical issues we deal with. Election has nothing to do with technical issues. So if we are saying consensus for a technical issue, it makes a little bit of sense. But for non-technical issues, consensus does not make sense at all. We have seen this in this community. The last policies, everything has gone on appeal. We've not been able to have consensus, and we're still saying consensus is working. We now want to introduce consensus on appointing co-chairs. It doesn't make sense at all. The working group is dysfunctional, and if you look at it, the process that was outlined in this process, it means that external people are the ones that will be making this decision. So I believe that we are making this working group dysfunctional. And if you look at section 3.3.6.1, I believe there's some gagging process that is going to happen there. Section 3.3.7, the working group shares behavior. It talks about opinion.
Sorry to cut you, but it's going to be hard for the authors to catch up all the questions and points
trying
that you are
because of
raising.
time. Okay, sorry. I will slow down a bit. Sorry.
Can you just resume or just be quick because we still have another people on the queue online and on site, please?
Yeah. On section 3.3.6.1, I believe it's going to lead to gagging and would not give some people the opportunity to speak. On section 3.3.7, it talks about the opinion of the working group co-chair on behavior. I do not think we need to deal with opinions. We have to have set guidelines. Opinions of the co-chairs does not matter. It is the guideline. They have to follow the rules. If we are bringing in opinions, then we are going to bring in anarchy. Also, when we are talking about appeals, what I have here says the CEO takes the final decision. Madhvi said it was a typographical error. I do not understand if it was the typographical error. In terms of the recall process, if we look at the recall process, it says the board appoints. Virtually, the board appoints every member of this recall process. Why can't we allow each of these groups to appoint a member of the recall committee? Why must it be the board that would appoint for each of those committees? You have these committees. The committees are there. Let them appoint a representative. Why must it be the board that will appoint for them? That is my comment on that. Also, in terms of, I have some questions for the authors. Number one.
Abdul Karim, I think you need to wind up. We can give you.
Yes, 1 minute. I'm going to wind down. Okay, I'll come back again. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I am Hervé Clément, working for Orange, so having inter alia the responsibility of the IP resource management for our country within Africa. So that's one of the reasons of my presence here. And I'm vice chair of the ISO AC as well, but I will speak on my personal hat and as member of staff of an ISP. Globally, I support these policies, the history of the discussion within the Afrinic community showed that changes are needed with the PDP. And if I support this policy, is because the authors know well the specificities of this Afrinic community, so composed of very different communities, opinions, etc., which, to my opinion, is great. And to my sense, it appears that it could solve some problems we have encountered and made in the past. I have an experience in a policy proposal because within the RIPE region, I propose an anti-abuse policy, and I was very happy to have the help and for the policy working group and the RIPE NCC to write and to design the policy that I propose, so that one of the aspects I consider beneficial to that. So one more time, so consider my voice as a support for this policy proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. We take one more question from the floor and then we jump into the online participants.
Yeah, can I? Yeah, I just want to also express support for the policy for this very reason. There are times when we may fail to achieve consensus, and so the idea is to do our very best to achieve consensus. And when we can't, an oracle should decide for us, because we also don't want people to cause a gridlock. So the good thing about this policy I'm saying is that it gives all the opportunity to the working group to make the decision or arrive at consensus. But in the event that you are not able to, I think we should ask the Lord to decide for us. So if we don't want the Lord to decide for us, then we better get consensus. Meaning there should be something forcing us to work together towards getting consensus. Not we can just be there and talking and say we are building consensus. No, we should really try to understand our issues and try to solve them. And we should know that if we don't, then somebody will decide for us. Okay, yeah, they made effort to do it so that even the voting is consensus-like and so on and so forth. Okay, but the idea is that if you fail, don't cry. If you don't want something else to be decided for you, then do your very best cooperatively and get to consensus. So that's for me my bit. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I am Aisha Saho from the Gambia, Gamcheks. I would like to agree with what Mr. Nee just said, because I believe if at first you don't succeed, dust yourself up and try again. We may start it and it does not end well, but we pick up, learn from the failure and continue. This open-ended loop of consensus, we're never get to consensus. This particular policy from 2020 to now, we still haven't been able to get to a deciding point. Where are we going? But let me say this, I support the policy though. I do support the policy, the presentation made by Mr. Alain, in the sense that especially the section 3.3.6.1 on the input discussion, working where you have this discussion on input and trying to kind of, having repetition. One thing I've noticed on the mailing list is that sometimes people will make comments and they will rephrase this comment in 10 different ways when they are making exactly the same point. So you keep going back and forth all over and all over. And honestly, personally, I was active, but now I am very inactive on the mailing list, the RPD. Why? Because it's like repetition of issues and we're never getting to a conclusion. And it's so surprising because I want to believe that we know what we are doing, but then again, you can tell that there are conflicts of interest. Whose responsibility is it to filter this out? Because sometimes some people are there just to distract you. Trying to address every particular issue may not be the way forward. We have to have a goal. This is what we want to do. This is what the policy addresses. Any other topic or discussions that are branching us out of that particular policy should be disregarded. Otherwise, we're just going to go back and forth, 5 years, 10 years, and we never get to a concession. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. I just want us to reflect on something. We have very limited time during public policy meetings, and it's not by design, it's really what is practical. So you'll understand if we restrict the amount of time that every speaker can. And I'm speaking specifically to people who have objections. We've had a whole 4 weeks to give our views on the mailing list, to allow the authors who are doing this for free to respond to those issues. So it will be unacceptable, and I'm speaking for my co-chair, to allow somebody to take the mic for 1 hour. It's not going to happen. You might shake your head, Abdul Kadir, but it's not going to happen. You've had a long time. You can't tell me that all those comments just came to your mind today or yesterday. We must respect our process, and if we don't do it, as co-chairs, we have the responsibility of enforcing it. So we'll allow everybody else the people who are online, to give their comments. After that, I'll hand over back to my co-chair, and we'll give the authors a chance to respond. We can't speak forever. So I'll go to the online, I'll go to the people who are online. We have 5 people who are online, and even as I allow them, I'm really saying the same thing. We can't use the public policy meetings to give our objections. It is not fair. It is not practical. We have 1 hour. You have had 1 month, Abdul Kadir. You can't abuse this process. We'll not allow it. Absolutely. So for starters, you're not going to speak again. So I'll go online. We'll start with Benjamin. Then we'll go to Jason. So Benjamin, Muto, you can go ahead. Then we'll have Jason, Eric, Samuel, and Zachariah. Thank you. If you can speak a little bit louder.
My name is Benjamin.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Benjamin, I am from Mastermind Wireless, where I'm a consultant. So I oppose this proposal because the idea to grant the board power over affairs of PDWG is well ill-advised. I believe the community should have more power on these matters concerning PDWG, as the board is not concerned in any way. These matters only concern the community. So I also am against the idea that the board can recall a co-chair, because they may lead to the abuse of power by the board. So the matter to do with recalling the chair should be community-based. The members should decide when to recall a co-chair, not the board or the people who the board decides to appoint. Also, the decision to grant the CEO power on whether to suspend the posting of privileges, that the CEO can decide this is binding and it's the final decision, is also ill-advised, because I don't really understand the interest of the CEO in matters concerning suspending of postings. So the proposal should really address these 2 issues to really transfer the power from the board to the community itself. So that is my proposal to this proposal.
Thank you, Mutua, for that. Jason, I'm sure the authors are recording all these comments.
Yes. Basically, my first off, I want to start by introducing myself. My name is Jason, and I'm just an active participant, and I've been following this organization for quite a while now. So I want to start off by saying that I definitely oppose this proposal. I'm just going to echo most of what everyone has said earlier because this doesn't seem like it is a proposal written for the people. It seems like a proposal that has been written for the CEO and the board members. So if you're supposed to be making a proposal for the community members, it doesn't seem to me that we have any stake in this. It doesn't seem to me that we have been given any such decision-making powers with regards to how things are going to be done moving forward. And to quote the lady who spoke earlier, it seems like we've been on this whole rough consensus for way too long. Perhaps there can be a way to revamp things in a way that would better fit the community that we are supposed to serve. Now, I understand, as you said, that you only have an hour to come up with policies. I don't believe that that is enough time to come up with working policies that would actually be beneficial to every single person who is a community member. So perhaps there can be some way that you can go back to the drawing table and revamp this policy in a way that every single person would would benefit from this policy. With regards to number 5, what changes I would make, as I've said earlier, this needs to actually be of benefit to every single person and not just the CEO and the board members. Because as just from looking at it as it's been presented, it seems to me that the board members and the CEO have the final say in every single decision, even though the community members might be against said decision. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Eric, Mulama, and let's make our comments short. If we can make it 20 seconds, the better. Eric?
Thank you for the opportunity. So basically, on the moderation of working group discussions and sessions, that is section 3.3.
Excuse me, can you start with introducing yourself?
Yeah, okay. So my name is Eric. I'm an alumni of Jomo Kenyatta University. I'm an internet enthusiast, having worked in the telecom industry for over 6 years. So basically, I'll briefly just speak on moderation of working group discussions and sessions. That is section 3.3.61. And I'll be very brief due to the time constraints. So I totally oppose this proposal as it is vague in its totality. The 4 criteria used to make a decision on individual input leaves a huge space for biasness and mistakes. This is basically because there are no clear parameters used to make judgments. The idea of the co-chairs having sole responsibility of making decisions and overseeing the whole process using the stipulated criteria is, I feel that is quite a remedy for wrong decisions and making of mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Samuel? Samuel, the floor is yours.
All right, my name is Uzechi Samuel. A staff of Architect Limited. It's an IT company in Nigeria. Okay, I've been following the mailing list for over 2 years plus now. And I have opposition on the section 3.3.2.1 that stated that there should be restriction of members in policy making. I don't see that ideal in the sense that if we are making policies and these policies are to be guided by these people, they should have a say in that policy making. So there should be no restriction. And Afrinic is a bottom-up, the community is a bottom-up community. So if we are now placing restriction, that is contrary to what we are preaching. Again, I also want to talk about the disqualification of members on some criteria. I want to understand, can you just see somebody's name and you feel that this person is not qualified? I think there should be an amendment of hearing people, hear them talk. Then you can assess them by what they have inside, because all we need is the best people in Afrinic so that we can develop the internet space in Africa. That is the aim. So if we are putting people because we feel that these are our associates, these are our people, then we may not be putting the right people in place to develop the internet in Africa. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Co-chair.
Yeah.
Can I one thing, because the sections the previous speaker mentioned 3.2.1 is not part of our proposal. So maybe we may want to
Alain, we just want to get 2 comments, then we give you respond to most of the issues that have been raised.
maybe allow him to correct, because 3.2.1 is not part of our
Okay,
proposal.
go ahead.
I'm saying that the previous speakers mentioned 3.2.1, which is not part of our proposal. Maybe then we should call him to maybe tell us exactly which sections he's referring to, so that we can.
Do you want to clarify which section you're referring to?
It was 3.2.
Samuel?
3.3.2.1. 3.3.2.1.
Did you get that? Okay. That's okay. Thank you, Samuel. So
All right.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll go ahead with Binam. The floor is yours. Binam, are you there? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Binam. We can't hear you. I think Binam dropped off, so we'll have Zakaria as we.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. So my name is Zakaria. I work for BDI Tech. I'm a consultant. I'm here on my behalf. So I want to comment on the proposal 3.4.5, additional functions for the Afrinic Board of Directors. I'm going to try to be very brief, because we don't have a lot of time. Do not agree with this policy proposal because it gives extreme control and power to the Board of Directors. Legally speaking, the community is the one who's in charge of policy development through PDP. However, in some cases, defined as emergency situations, the board might determine some temporary policy changes that will only be effective on the next PPM. Problem they have with this practice is that those temporary policy changes must be transparent and go through the policy proposal procedures, and they might be approved or rejected by the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief and for your comments, Zakaria. Jody is online. I think let's allow Jody to give his views, and then we can now hand it back to the authors. Yeah, Jody, please. Jody, are you there? Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead, Jody.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Jody, and we can see you as well.
Yeah. Okay. I have several comments. By the way, I could only read the proposal about a few days ago because it was submitted only 1 week before. So I'm sorry to be late. I am going to send them anyway to the list later on. Yeah.
Jody, please introduce yourself and your affiliation.
Oh, sorry. Jordi Palet, speaking for myself. So the first point is asking the recall to be now 10 people instead of 5. I think it's totally against the consensus, because consensus can be already a single person against the full community. So if we now instead increase the number of people that is needed, this is against. I understand that there should be a minimum of people somehow to avoid abuse of the process, but increasing from 5, I think it's 5 today, to 10 is not good. Then on point 3.3.1, I don't really understand the need, and I think it's broken and confusing about having a single primary contact for each proposal. On 3.3.2.1, I think there is too much micromanagement. Even if the chairs tell the authors you should do this format or this in the slides and so on, that's already too much interference, and the authors can just say, no, I don't want to change that. Then on point 3.3.2.2 is talking about next phase, and I don't see phases in the process, so I think there is some confusion there. In 3.3.6.1, having a criteria is a nonsense, is too subjective, and it is against the consensus definition in RFC 7282. People must have the right, the chance to participate at any point, because if somebody was busy during the time some of the points he's contending, he must be able to come back at any point. So that's totally against the consensus thing. Finally, this proposal is also missing many key aspects. For example, there is not a better definition of consensus or a call for the RFC. There is not a definition of last call. There is no definition for timings. And the lack of all that is meaning that we are still not correcting many aspects that are real problems right now. Like, for example, the View C proposal that expired, but it's under appeal. And even if the appeal succeeds, it will not be able to be ratified. So this is something even more important than points that the proposal is addressing, like the elections, which is working. We have good co-chairs now, and we are electing a new co-chair, which is one of the actual ones. So that's working. We don't need to fix that if that's already working at the moment. I think it's more urgent to solve real problems than problems that today we are solving by consensus in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. I think we'll now hand it over to the authors to address all the issues that have been raised, and then we can take it up from there.
Just a quick one. Sorry, I just want to.
Abdi Karim, no, hold on a minute.
No, just two quick clarification. This proposal was sent in on the 22nd of May, which is less than about 10 days ago, not 2 weeks, as you mentioned. And again, why we're in this room is to be able to make comment on those proposals. Thank you.
Yeah. So if you have any other comments, Abdul Karim, you can send them on the list. Feel free. You even send them now.
I don't mind. I will send them on the mailing list, but I've been busy. That's why I've not been. I read the proposal first time when it was sent about on that very day for like 2 minutes. And this morning was the second time I read the proposal in full.
It's okay. So, Alain and Noah.
Okay. Yes, this is Alain Ayina. And maybe Jody should have mentioned that he's the author of the other the PDP update. I think we should learn to also manage conflict of interest. Okay, Jody said the current consensus approach of appointing co-chair is working. So which means he's in support of our proposal that we should go by consensus. So this is good. Then I will not again go through what we just discussed. Nobody is going to be prevented to participate. I've said this many times, and it is clear. The PDP even has the last call, which allow people to any time to come into the process. But as I like that lady said, we cannot have an open-ended process. So I don't see a real problem. I don't see a real problem there at all. Okay, many comments were around we're giving power to board and the CEO. But as Professor Nee said, if we as a community, we can't agree on the minimum, what do you want? We should agree. We should have a way of agreeing, and even on just appointing co-chair, we fight, we do this. There are some people who have some fiduciary responsibility of keeping this engine running. They have to intervene, and they will intervene, whether we like it or not. It's our role to do that. So what we put in this policy is clearly following the bylaws, it's clearly following the RIR principle. So it's not giving power, because if we don't have these kind of things, who will? So
Then the last comment I will make before I will allow Noah to come is my brother from the other mother, Abdul Karim. You just, I hear that you just came from RAP NCC meeting. So if you come from RAP NCC meeting, I'm probably sure you attended the meeting, you know how the working group works. And everywhere, when you have coaches, when they have a proposal, one of them by default lead. It happened at ITF, it happened everywhere. But as we said in the document, the two have the responsibility to lead the things through the process. But one must be responsible for it, because it does not mean that the co-chair affected is the only one. No. This is not what we said, and it is written clearly here. So sometimes we should, maybe before we come to PDP, maybe we should go to the bar, have a beer, have some discussion. I think we are missing this. We go to the bar, we have some discussions, we clear. We are not saying that one co-chair. But everywhere you go to ITF, you go to everywhere, one co-chair is responsible. Even if you look at ITF, there are two area directors. When there are proposal, one area directors take care of a certain proposal, the other area director, but the two are collectively responsible of what is happening in the area. So we are not inventing things. We need more beer. Okay. So Abdul Karim, you have to pay more beer so we can discuss. But then my last thing is going to be the recall. The text, my native language is French, but the text we have said the board will appoint a recall committee, one COE member appointed by COE. We never said that the board should choose the one from COE. The text said one COE member appointed by COE, one GC member appointed by GC, and one community member appointed by board, because community cannot appoint itself. This is what the text said. That's why I want to call staff. Can you use this screen and project the policy proposal? So we'll be looking at the text. Otherwise, it look like we are just wasting time. So Noah.
Thank you, Alain, for that. And before Noah speaks, there's a comment. We'll project the proposal so that we discuss from a point of information. But Noah, before you respond, there's a comment from Binam, whose connection was poor. I'd like to read it out so that you respond to it, because it's also been raised, so that you respond to it as well. And we also give him a chance to be heard. So hello, everyone. My name is Paul. Thank you for your time, and thanks also to the PDP Working Group, Guidelines and Procedures. I would like to mark my opposition on the proposal. The proposal is only giving more power to the board and the CEO. I suggest that in case there is no consensus that has been reached, where only one candidate is being evaluated, then the seat must be declared vacant, and the board should then appoint an interim co-chair within 2 weeks after the PPM. The co-chair will serve until a new one is appointed. In a case where there is no consensus and more than one candidate are being evaluated, then a line secret ballot should be conducted to appoint the new co-chair. This should be done within 2 weeks after the PPM. The voting and the counting shall be conducted using ranked preferential method. The winner becomes a new co-chair immediately. I thought I should read that out. Let me see whether there's we'll go to the Q&A. There's somebody, Soul Stain, 3.3.3, no and Elaine. The appointment must be held at the upcoming public policy meeting as the first item on the agenda. It says that this doesn't make sense. Surely it should be at the end of the agenda, as it currently, otherwise the new chair will not be familiar with what is being presented. You just need to remove the first item on the agenda. So really, that's
procedure.
proposal. There is a Oluwasun. I'm not speaking on the substance of the proposal, but just like to clarify something that Alain said during the presentation. He said the proposal not changing the current PDP, but to me it seems to be doing that, as there are some existing procedures in the current PDP that the proposed draft suggests a different approach. I think that's more of a comment, really. It's not nothing to do with the policy. You notice that I'll skip some comments because I don't think there's any point to. So Mark Elkins says consensus can work and great when it does work, but sometimes a vote is required. I think that's more of a comment. Yeah, I think Mark Elkins, again, I think that Elaine should split this proposal into many smaller proposals so the good ones can be passed. I think those are the comments we have. I don't know that have you seen anything else? Yeah, I think those are the comments we have so far. Noah, you can now take the floor. You can take the floor so that now you respond to all the issues, and then based on the amount of time, we'll agree on the best way forward after Noah. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Vincent. So I think most of the issues are so general, and anyway, Noah Maina, co-author of the proposal. So I'll basically comment on a few comments which came from the participants of the working group, and I'll start with, I think, an issue which has been raised by Jody and partly Samuel in reference to section 3321. The reason for that specific section, even though participants are claiming that it's not necessary, is that sometimes you need clear guidelines on how things should be done. And when you look at the current section of the PDP, which is handling this policy development working group, it's too shallow. And I want to also remind Jody that, he has experience across other RIRs, drafting proposals. And so to speak, when you look at how the ARIN region, for instance, handles proposals, in fact, the co-chairs in that specific region engage authors on some specific issues within the proposal. There's a window period which is given between the co-chairs and the authors to just iron a few issues before the proposals even are sent to the PDP for further discussion. So this is nothing new. What we are proposing here is nothing new. It's something which is already happening even in other regions, and it's something which is doable. The other issue is that, of course, there is, I think, generally as an author of this proposal, a cause of this proposal, I have this sense that we are polarized as a working group. And the reason I'm saying this is because when you clearly look at the proposal, we are saying that the working group participants, through a consensus process, will try to agree to disagree when a set of volunteers come forward who would want to volunteer and be our co-chairs. Last year, there was a situation. Co-chairs were recalled and the working group was left without a co-chair. And the working group engaged itself, and we have the two co-chairs there. We went back and forth, we agreed, we disagreed, we discussed in an open, transparent process on the mailing list, and we were able to, by consensus or by agreement, settle for Vincent and Darwin. The same process this year, when the policy liaison engage the working group for people who want to, participants who would like to participate in the process to come forward, participants came forward. The working group again engaged. We started having emails back and forth. All right, and here we are, which means that the process, like Mark Elkins is saying, is possible. This is not the first time people are, attempting to agree to disagree when they're selecting people. And what the proposal is saying is that at the first step, this is what the working group should do. Because even when you look at the policy process, it's the same thing that we do with even this same discussion. about this proposal. We are trying to have consensus. And the reason I'm also saying that some of the comments that are coming in, which are general, they do not help us as authors, especially if somebody just says, I oppose this proposal because it's this and this and this. If you're so specific to a specific section, 2 weeks before, you tell me as an author, I think this part of this proposal should be addressed and I'm not comfortable with this part, maybe change this and that. It will help us. But if you generally come and say, I oppose, this proposal is too complex, consensus can't work, we shouldn't be giving the board chairs or the CEO. If we don't trust our own CEOs, we don't trust the board. We don't even trust ourselves. Because that's what the proposal is saying. Do we trust ourselves to find our managers as a working group? And if we don't, then we should at least trust the CEO. But we don't also trust the CEO. Then we don't even want to hear anything to do with the board. But when you look at the bylaws, the board actually has been mandated to create or to help, because the PPM itself, the board calls the PPM. It's their prerogative. They can't run away from that responsibility. It's in the bylaws. You can't decouple the board of directors from the public policy meeting. But before even we reach there, we are trying to say that let's agree. And if we don't trust each other, okay, maybe let's at least trust the CEO to guide us. But we don't also trust the CEO and we don't trust the board. All right? So I think for us, what we are trying to say with this proposal is we've attempted to show that it's possible. And I like what Mark was saying, consensus can work. And for me, this is the most contentious issue with the proposal. The other issues which members have tried to bring forward, if they can be so specific, this specific text in the proposal, okay? And this is what I'm telling Jody, because I've been having other discussions with him in another region about a certain proposal, and he's very much aware that we have been engaging with the co-chairs in that region on that specific thing. So if we are specific and we are honest with each other, we will be able to move forward.
Yes, and to just complete what Noah said, Jody said there is no definition of consensus in this policy proposal. Again, this policy proposal said we follow the consensus definition in the PDP. And I said at the beginning, this document is not amending the PDP. The PDP itself is totally separate, totally separate. Thank you.
We have 25, so we're not 10. Yeah. We just to let the on-site and online participants that we are taking note on all the comments, and we still have time for the authors to go through. If they want, we can allow you guys to go ahead for the next 10 up to 15 more minutes, and then me and my co-chair we take further deliberations on that.
I have a comment from an online participant, Ish Sokun, and he says, I have a question, section 3.3.5. Authors, I hope you're taking note, says that the board can appoint interim co-chairs if no consensus is obtained. This section does not specify that the co-chairs appointed by the board have to satisfy the criteria mentioned in section 3.3.3. This is Ish Sukun La Sentinel, Mauritius. Then there's I'll go back there. Then Sylvain is saying the PPM is not the right place to really discuss concrete issues. Then please allow us to perfect it during the last call. I think that is we're not yet there. Now, Yeah, I think you can go ahead. Those are the two main issues. You can go ahead.
Merci, Président. Je suis Serge Parfait Goma de la République du Congo. Je pense que c'est une grande responsabilité pour vous qui avez la police des débats de regarder. On est en train de débattre d'un policier qui paraît comme si ça venait d'apparaître. Et pourtant, c'est quelque chose qui est quand même vieux de près de 2 ans. Je suis assez surpris d'entendre des critiques genre que ce document ou cette policy fait du micromanagement, qui y donne trop de détails, tandis qu'il y a quelques années, on a suffisamment critiqué certains policiers en disant que c'était des policiers bateaux qui intégraient quasiment rien. Je pense qu'on doit pouvoir avancer sur la question, parce que sur la forme, je n'ai pas vu quelque chose de consistant qui va nous emmener aujourd'hui à dire qu'on ne peut pas atteindre le consensus. Le consensus est là. Parce que si l'on essaie d'analyser dans le fond tout ce qu'on a comme élément qui revient, on aurait dû le proposer il y a 1 année ou 2 ans avant. Très cher co-chair, je vous invite réellement qu'on aille de l'avant. Je croyais que le palabre, c'était une particularité des francophones, mais j'ai l'impression que les anglophones aussi sont en train de prendre les virus. Je supporte suffisamment cette politique. Et au-dessus de ça, il nous sert aussi de guide qui peut nous servir à réellement trancher les questions sur nos discussions. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for the comment in French. Very much appreciated. Yeah, I think just looking into the clock, looking if we have more comments online. Yeah, in the queue. Okay, we have someone on the queue. Just Binan. Please state your name and affiliation and raise your question. Hello, Binan, you with us? I think we may have lost.
Hello.
Okay, we can hear you. Can you just state your name and affiliation, please?
Please, my network couldn't so.
Come
I
again?
don't understand where, please.
You are breaking up. Yeah. Can you type your question or comment into the Q&A, please, so we can follow that up? Let me just go to the chat and to the Q&A. See, we are good. Okay. Yep. We will close the Q&A for now, and me and my co-chair, we will take time, 10 minutes or up to 15 minutes for the deliberation on this policy proposal. So just bear with us for the next few minutes. Okay. Oh yeah, that's correct. There was a okay. There is a question from Abdul Karim, which was raised to the staff, and I will hand over the microphone to Madhvi to respond to that, and then we can close the Q&A.
Okay, there was a question at the beginning. We have not started implementing this policy. Any decisions taken so far have been based on the current policy development process that is documented in the consolidated manual, the CPM. And in regard to the selection of the co-chairs, we have explained on the list why the selection was being driven from the mailing list. And yeah, that's it basically. And okay, for the typo, well, we based the comment, and it was a comment that was shared by, like I said, it's an Afrinic assessment. So usually there are more than one staff, not only Bryce and I who look at the proposal. So we read the proposal conjunctively, and we also saw that the authors in their change log, they mentioned that they updated that section. So they updated the first paragraph and they did not update the second paragraph. So that's why we mentioned that it could have been a typo and that the authors may wish to correct that. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. So I don't know if the authors want to say something else. If yes, we do allow you to go ahead for the next 5 minutes. Yeah, let's between 3 and 5 minutes, and then me and my co-chair we hand over further.
No, yeah. Can you address that issue of whether it's a type or not?
Again, sorry.
There's the issue that was raised about the typo. Madhvi, do you want to clarify so that Noah can respond to it?
So it's in paragraph 3.3.10, okay, where you said that anyone whose posting privileges was suspended can appeal to the appeal committee. But then there's still the line, the CEO's decision shall be final and binding.
That's it's completely a typo. It must be the appeal committee.
Thank you.
Noah or Alain, you guys wanted to say something else, or can we close the Q&A for now?
No, I was having a slight informal discussion with Abdul Karim here, but basically what I wanted to say is that we should just learn to trust each other as a community. That's all.
Okay, noted.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that when we're talking about typo, what typo means is when somebody wants to write a single E, is now writing a double E. That's a typo. But when the meaning has changed, you saying co-chair, for staff to come and say it is a typo when they have two completely different meaning, then there is a problem. That's what I'm saying. Typo would not change the meaning. It's a spelling mistake or a mistake that you know that this is obvious, but not in the meaning. Thank you.
Noted. Alain, you wanted to say something? No? All good? Okay.
So for that specific thing, I mean that sentence, the good thing about this process is that in the event that we have consensus, all right, or rough consensus, there is that window period which enables some sort of the authors to fix any typo or misunderstanding or any amendments to the proposal. So to answer you, to be honest, I'm going to be 100% honest. That specific sentence, we forgot to remove it. And it's good that actually the policy liaison picked it up. Unfortunately, I think we didn't have a discussion before. We did sort of, but we didn't pay attention. But the reason we are here and the reason you are there and the reason all of us are here is so that we can pick these things up and then iron them out. Thank you.
We close it? Yeah. Okay, fine. Thanks, authors, for your comments. Thanks the on-site and online participation. We very much appreciate it. Be with us for the next 10 minutes. and me and my co-chair, we will do further deliberations on this policy proposal. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly have your seats for us to proceed with the next session. Thank you. It's okay. Over to you, co-chairs.
Hello. Oh, now it's working. Thanks, Susan, for bringing the YG back to the room, and apologize for online participants for the time that we had to take to make deliberations on this policy proposal. We'll just wait one more minute until we get the room a little bit more filled up, and then we will make our final decision on this one. All right, so once again, I actually wanted to tell the whole community, thanks for bringing up your comments during this process regarding this policy proposal, which is very useful. It gave us time to analyze it deeply and to come out with a final outcome on this one. And having considered the discussions in the RPD mailing list and the current PPM, the authors having addressed the concerns raised by the PDWG, the co-chairs have determined a broad consensus has been reached. The authors will, however, correct the typo in section 3.3.10.1 on suspension of posting privileges, so that the statement reads as follows. The appeal committee decision shall be final and binding. The policy proposal with the above amendments will now move into the last call, and the community is encouraged to further engage during that period. Thank you very much. I see we have the slides up in there for the second policy proposal, which is related to the update of the PDP. And I most likely assume we also have Jordi online because he was asking questions already. So, Vincent, any comments before we jump? Can we see Jordi online perhaps? Jordi, are you with us? Okay, he's coming. All right. So we will now jump into the second policy proposal of the day, and I will give the mic and the floor to the author for the next 10 up to 15 minutes. Jordi, we saw your email, and we know 10 minutes might not be enough. So go ahead, and you can go up to 15 minutes, and then we take it from there. The floor is yours.
Question before I start. Should I go through all the slides, including the response to the impact analysis, or after Madby does the presentation? Because it's repeating ourselves, you know?
Yeah, you can do after the stuff,
Okay,
after
perfect.
Bryce in this case. Yeah? All right.
Okay, so in any case, I will try to be as shorter as possible with the presentation, and I have just updated very slightly both my proposal and my slides from the previous version. So I am basically going to stress the changes, so not reading all the text. The first one is about the problem statement. This proposal was originally submitted several years ago, and I recall about 2 years ago, the chairs made a list of things that they believe, according to the discussions, should be corrected in the PDP. So in the previous version, I was not taking the conflict resolution, which now I have included it according to problems that we are discovering across the time passes. And also a question in the point G regarding the timing when a policy is under appeal and is expiring and so on. Okay, so that's a real problem that we have right now that could create an abuse in the discussion in the PDP process if somebody tried to appeal before the last call and then again after the last call. So then the policies will probably expire before they can be ratified, even if they reach consensus. So as I just mentioned, I am trying with this proposal to correct all the points raised in the discussion across the different years regarding the PDP problems. What I am not trying to solve in this proposal is the elections of the co-chairs. Neither the acceptable usage policy. Why? Because the acceptable usage policy is already covered by the code of conduct. That don't mean I agree with that, but I think it's most of the time better to break the problems in smaller problems and address one by one. What I needed to include in this version is the conflict resolution, which was not in the previous one, because we discovered some major problem, as I just mentioned, when there is an appeal and it's not resolved before a policy is ratified and expires and so on. Regarding the chair selection, I don't think we have a problem right now. I myself submitted with other co-authors a policy proposal for elections of the co-chairs a few years ago, but we let the policy to expire because we believe that it's working. We have two co-chairs that have been selected or elected or whatever you want to say by the community, and they are doing a good job. So I don't think we have a real problem on that. And we usually say that if you don't have a problem, don't try to fix it, right? So that's the thing. Changes from the existing PDP that this proposal is trying to do. The first one is making sure that we reflect what it means route consensus. There is often this question because not everybody will read hundreds of pages RFC to understand that. So this is a summary of the reality, not just in this region, but in other regions and in the ITF about what it means route consensus. And I think it must be part of the PDP if we really want the people to understand what is the base for our decisions. Now, I just made some small adjustments. This has not changed from the previous version, so I am not going to comment on that. Same for the discussion timing. I have a slide later that explains much better how is the timing that I am proposing, but this has not been changed from the previous version of this proposal. And here are a few small changes, but really, really important. The point is that in the actual PDP and my previous version of this proposal, we were still basing the expiry depending on the ratification by the board, okay? And that creates a problem because if the appeal committee is not taking a decision on time, a policy can expire before it's ratified. So by making this small change, which basically says that the timing is valid until the ratification request has been submitted by the chairs, not done by the board, we resolve the problem, okay? Also, I am adding a sentence that says that an appeal will pause the 6 months expiry counter until the appeal is resolved by the appeal committee. So we have two different ways to make sure that we resolve this problem and in the future don't happen again, okay? Today in the actual PDP, we don't have this, and this create a rat hole that we can forever have policies being appealed continuously and then expire before they can be approved. So you never end. Regarding the PPM, I didn't change it in this version, anything from the previous version. So again, I am not going to comment on that. Regarding the last call, I didn't change it again from the previous version. Just I want to explain that there is not in the current PDP a good definition or at all a definition of what it means the last call. So I am trying to fix it in this text. Again, I have not changed anything in the approval versus the previous version. So I am not going to read all the text. One more point where I have not changed anything from my previous version. So it's, and there is a further clarification on this afterwards that I will do after the impact assessment is presented. And again, a new change that I was not doing in the previous version is in the section 3.5 for conflict resolution. I am adding a small point that clearly says that appeals and recalls don't modify the timing of the PDP. However, the board must hold the ratification in case of an appeal pending of resolution by the AC. That's normal because if the AC decides, AC stands for appeal committee. If the appeal committee decides that an appeal succeeds, the board could have already ratified the policy. So we need to avoid that. So as we already corrected the timing in the previous slides to avoid the policy to expire, at the same time, we need to allow the board to be able to hold the ratification until there is a decision of the appeal committee. Again, I didn't change anything in varying the process section from my previous version. And now how it looks like. Okay, so there are three possible, let's say, timings, depending on when a proposal enters into the system. And when I say a proposal, I am always talking about a version, a specific version of a proposal, because we know that a proposal can last for several years with many versions. Okay, so the thing here is that the main point is the PPM. So if a proposal has been introduced to the PPM in 8 or more weeks before the PPM itself, then the chairs will be able to take a decision. And I don't think it's good that the chairs have 10 minutes, like what we have seen before, to take the decision. They need to reread everything, consider all the changes, because that's the only way that they can take a good decision. And this is the same way it's being done in the ITF and in other registries. It's true that some registries still take the decision on the flight, but the majority of them, they have some time to take the decision, not just in the meeting itself, okay? So the chairs have 2 weeks to discuss among them, read the documents, read the answers, read the objections, and take the decision. And then there is a fixed time for the last call, which is one more problem that we have today in the PDP, that it mentions a minimum of 2 weeks, but it don't say that it can be changed on the flight. And this happened several times, that this period is being changed on the flight. And that means what we call juridical insecurity. If you don't have a fixed time in advance, you cannot be fair, okay? Now, once the last call is over, then the chairs have again 1 more week. They don't need to use the full week. The same time, they don't need to use the 2 weeks for the initial consensus determination. It's just a maximum time. So they have 1 more week to make the final determination depending on the newer inputs from the last call. And then it's sent to the board for ratification. Now, if a proposal or a new version is submitted less than 8 weeks before the PPM, then what happens is that the PPM happens in the middle of the 8 weeks timing. So what we are saying here is that any proposal or any new version of a proposal will always have at a minimum 8 weeks, 2 months of discussion, okay? And we are not enforcing the decision to be taken in the PPM, which don't make sense because not always we have sufficient time in the PPM itself to have all the questions and answers, and the people can come back to the mailing list after the PPM, then the chairs have again the 2 weeks for the determining the consensus, 2 weeks for the last call, and then 1 more week for determining the final consensus depending on the last call inputs. And finally, if it's a new version, and in this case it's only new versions of an existing proposal, we don't need to present it to the PPM again, because if the chairs decide, and this is a prerogative of the chairs, if the chairs decide that the changes have addressed the objections from the previous versions, why we need to wait for a new presentation and take time for the PPM that is always short? So what we are doing here is allowing the chairs to consider if the changes address the previous objections, then they can agree if there is consensus already without requiring for waiting for the PPM, okay? And then the rest of the process is exactly the same. In fact, this process is based in a similar proposal that reached consensus in LACNIC in May 2018. So we have been using this process already for 4 years in LACNIC, and it has been very efficient. So I am not talking about something theoretical, it's something that has been proved. And what I have added is improved the details on the proposal regarding previous experience in LACNIC and experience with what we happened to all of us because the confinements during the COVID. I think with that, I can stop sharing so Matvi can present, or Bree, sorry, I can present the staff analysis.
Yes, thanks, Georgie, for keeping to be in time, which is very, very important. And I will give the mic and the floor to Madhvi, to Bryce, sorry, to go ahead with the impact assessments on this one.
Thank you, Darwin. Next slide, please. Staff interpretation and understanding of this policy. This policy proposal modifies some aspects of the policy development process and bringing some changes in the functioning of the policy development working group as follows. Definition of rough consensus have been explained to match with the one defined in the RFC 7282, meaning that it's not a classic voting mechanism. Participant of the PDWG must be a real person, Afrinic and investigate, taking into consideration the rights of personal data protection. Possibility to have more PPMs per year to split the workload, and that will shorten PPMs. Next. For every policy proposal version, Afrinic must publish in an impact analysis in a maximum of 4 weeks from the submitted date and at least 1 week before the PPM. A PPV expires after 6 months unless it has been submitted by the chairs for ratification by the Afrinic board as a policy. An appeal pauses the 6 months expiry counter until the appeal is resolved by the appeal committee. Any PPV must be discussed on the RPD list a minimum of 8 weeks before it's presented in the PPM. The chair have a maximum of 2 weeks to determine whether broad consensus have been achieved, considering both list and meeting. Consensus can be determined outside the PPM. The chair must publish the minutes of proceeding a PPM no later than 2 weeks after the meeting. All possible actions during the last call have been clarified, and the chair have 1 week after the end of the last call to confirm whether consensus is maintained. If consensus is declared, the chair will submit the policy proposal version to the Afrinic board for ratification. The board of directors can ratify or send the proposal back to the list for further discussions. The latest clarifies the status of the proposal in the case it's not ratified by the Afrinic board. Conditions in which the Afrinic board of directors can intervene in the policy development working group are explained. Amendments are being proposed for the section 3.6 varying the process. Impact on the Afrinic secretarial duties. There is no limit of the number of proposals that can be put on the Afrinic PPM agenda. Impact assessments are comprehensive, prepared, and require the contribution of internal stakeholders. Most of the time, all the departments are involved when we are doing the impact assessment. The timing of this assessment to be prepared and published 1 week of the PPM need to be taken into consideration. Take into consideration the number of proposals on the agenda and the fact that updated version of the proposal are also submitted by the author closer to the PPM. Legal assessment on the proposal. Under the paragraph 3.4.2 of the proposal, reference is made as follows. Once a minimum of 8 weeks of discussion in the list and the presentation at the PPM are met, the chairs have the maximum of 2 weeks to determine whether rules consensus have been achieved. Section 11.3 of the bylaw states inter alia that policy proposals are discussed and agreed at a public policy meeting, and that within the framework of the PDP. Therefore, it's only fair to all those attending and participating to the PPM that any declaration of rule consensus or not to be made during the PPM. Having said that, editorial change can be made during the last call. Therefore, final declaration is made by the co-chairs. Second, legal assessment on the this proposal. Under paragraph 3.4.3 of the proposal, reference is made as follows. A final discussion of the PPV is initiated by the working group chairs by sending an announcement to the APD list. Furthermore, reference is also made as follows. The purpose of the last call is to provide the community with a brief and final opportunity to comment on the PPV. This proposed amendment are, in my humble opinion, inconsistent with the section 11.3 of the bylaws for the reasons stated above. For obvious reasons, last call must be restricted to change to the policy that are purely editorial and nothing substantive in nature. Allowing further discussion on the merits of the policy proposal during the last call is unfair to those participants who attended and participated at Afrinic PPM to be in person or virtually. Therefore, allowing further discussion on the merit to be held on the mailing list post the PPM is too risky, as it may allow a consensus or no consensus prevailing during the PPM to be overturned by discussion occurring on the RPD mailing list post the PPM. The last point, as regards paragraph 3.4.5 of the proposal, one may question the need for same since the bylaw already provide for same in Article 11.4 and Article 11.5 of the bylaw. Implementation. Timeline of the implementation can be within the 6 months of the last call as prescribed in the CPM. This is all for the staff assessment. Over to you, coaches.
Let me go to the slides again. Okay, so basically what happens here is that legal inputs are encroaching the community powers, which are on top of the PDP. There is a problem with the existing bylaws in Afrinic that does not happen in any other registry, which is that the bylaws take over decisions that are on the hands of the community. The bylaws are only for members, while the community is a wider community. The community is anyone participating in the development of internet in Africa, right? So you cannot restrict the rights of the community because the bylaws say this or that. That's totally broken. Now, in any case, I have addressed in the previous version already the points from the legal assessment. And if you look at 11.2 and .3 of the bylaws, they don't limit the time. And it's very common in all kind of legal meetings that you can keep the meeting open as many weeks as you need. So if you go for the PPM, but you don't close the PPM when the actual meeting is over, then you can take those decisions, even if the physical event is not happening, okay? So that's resolved. Defining the last call cannot be discriminatory because anyone having participated in the physical PPM can still provide inputs in the mailing list. So you cannot, nobody can say this is discriminatory, on the other way around. And the proposal is not saying that new changes, unless editorial, must be accepted. What we are talking here is about valid objections. The purpose of the last call is precisely the same in worldwide institutions. So it's nothing that I am making of myself. Is something very common. The bylaws don't define what means endorsement, which does not exist in the PDP. The word endorsement does not exist in the PDP because we talk about consensus. So the bylaws are using the wrong wording. And what we are doing with this change in the PDP is precisely authorizing the board to take decisions that today they can do according to the bylaws, but they cannot do according to the PDP. So we are not contradicting it. We are actually helping the bylaws to be right. And we should notice also that the bylaws are inconsistent with the intended purpose of the PDP and totally contrary to the other 4 RIRs. That should be amended. And one part of the amendment is with the PDP giving the board the authorization to do what they are already doing, okay? But an explicit authorization. Chairs, I have also the slides that you asked me for the open questions. Do you want me to go quickly through them? I think it's just 4 slides, very shortly.
Yes, Jordi, you can go quickly through them.
So one of the questions was about section 3.4.2, the reduction of the announcement of the meeting agenda on the RPD from 2 weeks to 1 week makes no sense. Well, actually, what I am saying is at least 1 week. So it's normal that the chairs can prepare a draft version of the agenda several weeks in advance to the meeting. What I am saying is that at least it must be 1 week. So I probably guess that the person that objected with this didn't read the at least. The actual PDP already allows new versions to go 1 week before. So it makes sense to allow the final agenda to have the same timing as we can get a new version of a policy proposal by that time. The second question regarding 3.4.5 is that there is no necessity for additional function of the board of directors. Well, actually, I just explained it. It's not, I am not creating new things. What I am just doing is formalizing what we already have. And that's clear in the bylaws. So what we are doing is giving from the community explicit authorization to the board to do something that today they are doing without our permission, okay, as a community. There is an objection regarding the disagreement with shortening the expiration of the PDP. Well, the problem is that the PDP is based on the timing of the meetings, and we have 2 meetings per year. So if we have 2 meetings per year, how come it makes sense that the expiration time of the policies is 12 months instead of 6 months. So what I am doing is aligning that. And in fact, this is the same that we have not only in other registries, but also in the ITF. So I think it's consequent to adjust the timing to the number of meetings that we have per year. And the final point about the staff assessment, well, the staff assessment, the impact analysis, or whatever you want to call, is always done. And not only in Afrinic, but also in all the other registries. However, often it's done very close to the meeting. And one of the points that the impact analysis raised is that they are rushing to do the impact analysis before the meeting. And that happens precisely because the authors get it very late. So we get them the impact analysis very late, and then we need to rush for a new version. So if we can make sure that when we send a policy proposal, we get in a very few weeks, 4 weeks, the impact analysis, we will be more efficient from both sides. And neither the authors, neither the community, neither the staff will need to rush. And with that, I am done, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordi. We have clearly taken note on all your comments and feedback. We appreciate that. We now open the mic for question and answer. Yeah. So, without further ado, we will open the microphone now to the floor for the folks on site and also for the participants online. Feel free to. I will ask the Hostmaster actually to put up the slide. The colored slide, which states that you need to state your name, affiliation, and so on and so on. And please, I would ask everybody, whether you're on site or online, to just go precisely into the subject topic so the author can have time to take notes and to afterwards respond to your questions properly. Thank you. So we will start now with the on-site and we will be monitoring the online ones. So please go ahead.
My name is Nikweno, Ghana.com member. I think first point, bylaws created PDP, so we should always respect that. I agree that PDP needs review, and it's good that we are discussing about what kind of review. The challenge I'm faced with is that the problem statement has 8 questions. That means that there's no problem to solve, because we don't solve questions, we solve statements of what is not right. So we may be in a situation where we have a solution in search of a problem. And so I have a difficulty. It seems like it's one-way communication. I've made the same statement a number of times already. So I want us to have, two-way communication. I'm suggesting that problem statements should not include questions. Problem statement should tell me what is wrong with today. So if, for instance, I'll take just one random one. It says, is the actual PDP timing good enough, or should it be improved? You should tell me that the current one is not good enough, and this is my reason. But you're asking me a question. That means you yourself, you don't know the problem you are solving. And it goes on. Should the moderation of the discussion process be explicit? You should tell me that there's something missing in today's process, and so you want to make fix that. So I'm even though, and then when you make reference to the fact that it's being done in lack, then I begin to feel that you have a lack solution you want to give me in Africa, and I will not eat it. You see, I will not eat it. I want you to tell me that mine has this issue, and when mine has this issue, and we are addressing them, then makes sense to refer to the other approaches. But when you ask me questions, it means you yourself, you're not clear what the problem is, and then you are telling me I should eat the lack solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Abdikarim. I represent myself, and every comment should be attributed to me, myself personally. My comment is a little bit clear. It is not on Jordi's presentation, because I really do not at this point care about Jordi's presentation, because the co-chairs made a decision which I felt was a bit awkward. Noah himself came here and said there is a controversial clause in his proposal, and this same proposal was pushed to last call. I can stand here and tell you we are just wasting our time because every proposal already, I can tell you what is going to happen to every other proposal today and tomorrow. I can tell you what the decisions is going to be. I'm not a coward. It's going to be, there is a clear collusion, okay, between a group of people, including staff, because when staff already knows the intent of the authors, okay, to be able to identify typos, I want to say there is a clear intent here. The author of the policy said there is a controversial clause, it's on record, and this same policy went into last call. I am not going to waste my time. I am going to go and enjoy the beach in Mauritius. But I want to say I would support anybody that would support me in challenging this in a legal way. Thank you very much, and I will go and enjoy the beach.
We appreciate, but we waste time now for everybody else. Thank you for your comments.
Can I, Alain Aina speaking for himself. Okay. I think I want to first follow on what Professor Nee said. And Jody, we'll have this discussion with you many times. Problem statement is very important. Some of us, we are totally confused. And I'm even confused that staff say that you really understood what this, because the policy, the document, the problem statement has questions. And then on how summary of how this proposal addressed the problem, it said that these proposals seek to resolve all the issue, blah, blah, blah. It has been designed having in mind that 3 other parts of the PDP need to be adjusted in other proposal. But in this case, we should now first agree on all the other parts. Otherwise, it's difficult. It's really, really difficult. And then it go on. I will not read, but you know what I mentioned. And it went on and said, in some area, this thing has not been done. And as a consequence, this proposal is not considering that the point K above is a real problem that needs to be solved. If we want to have a document, okay, on problem statement and identifying the problems, we should have a document. When we agree on the problem, all the aspects of the PDB to be fixed, yes. But the way it is, I'm concerned. I'm seriously concerned. It's difficult. Even all my experience in the PDP, ITF, I'm having a problem really to understand what is going here. Then next thing I want is the definition of. It said the problem statement saying the consensus definition is not clear. There have been none. There have been none. If you look at the PDP, it's none. It said we make decisions by rough consensus. There is no definition. But the text here is saying the consensus definition is not clear. And if you look at the proposal, it's just a copy and paste from the RFC 7282. So my question to Jody, are you proposing something in a rough consensus which is not in the RFC 7282? If not, just copy and paste here is not good, and we all know that we should not be doing that. Then my last comment is trying to define what is the working group. I say any real person may participate, either in person or using blah, blah, blah. And that means it is considered part of the working group. If necessary, taking into account blah, 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 Afrinic may formally verify the identity of the person. Why do we want to know who is commenting? We want opinions, we want people, but here he's saying that it may happen that Afrinic may try to formally verify the identity of the people. So for me, it's difficult. It's difficult. I will just stop there. But to tell you, I'm really, really confused. I don't even know if I should say I support, I oppose. I'm just confused. I'm just confused.
Thanks, Alan, for your comments. I'm just reading out whether we have any question on the Q&A. I think I'm seeing Sylvian commenting, but it's more a comment rather than a question, right? Mhm. Yeah, I can. Well, in the Q&A, there is a comment from Sylvian, which goes like, I like the DPP. It solves most of the current problems within the actual PDP, even if it still needs a few ameliorations. The DPP is changing the PDP, and I like those changes and agree with the most of them. It's different with the current one. Thanks. So it's more a comment than a question. So Jordi, I think you heard a couple of questions from the floor, so you could just reply to them if you'd like to.
Yeah, basically, responding to Dr. Lee, no, the bylaws are not created the PDP. Okay, that's not right. The PDP is created as an outcome of the ICP2. That's the basis for the PDP, not the bylaws. We can even not have a bylaws or have a different organization or whatever, but we still need a PDP. This is a community thing, and the community is broader than the membership. That should be clear, and I hope that everybody understands that. Now, there are problems to solve that we have demonstrated already many times. So it's not correct to say that there is not a problem statement. And repeating it every time I make a proposal will not help. For example, I mentioned it already before, but as we have time, I can go through that again. The expiry of the proposals under appeal, that's a real problem, and we are suffering it. We have a proposal that has been appealed before the last call and after the last call. And because the interpretation by the co-chairs of the existing PDP is wrong, in my opinion, because they are understanding that the time for the last call can be variable, and they are understanding that the appeal stops the process, where I have not been able to find anything in the PDP that mentioned that. We have now a problem because we have a proposal that reached consensus. Even I recall that it's a proposal that you supported, Dr. Lee, the same as Alain, the abuse proposal, and this proposal now expired before it can be ratified by the board. So that's a real problem. It's a very good example of the problems that the proposal is solving. And there are many other problems still lagging. Alan, the same comment for you. You repeat always the same. Every time I present a policy proposal, you always saying that there is a lack of problem statement. And improving things, even if they are not totally broken, just improving things, increasing the participation of people that cannot attend the meetings or whatever, is part also of a problem statement. And we can even say the same from your proposal. Where is the problem statement for your proposal? Actually, there is not, because we have co-chairs, we have a working group working, and you are trying to change the elections, which at the moment they are working. So you are trying to improve that, right? Exactly the same I am doing, no difference. So again, repeating yourself every time that there is not a problem statement is not going to work, because I can demonstrate every sentence in the proposal that there is a clear problem in the actual PDP. Regarding the mention that you made about the RFC, how many people in the list has read the consensus definition in the RFC? I have seen today, while you were presenting, people in the list and trying to understand what it means consensus. So it means that people don't read the RFCs. So even if I can put just a reference to the RFC, I think it's helpful to make also a short reminder of what it means consensus. And I think it's useful. I think even Sylvian said something about that. So he's supporting that as well. Regarding the identification of the people, I think you also and Noah have said in the mailing list that sometimes we need to identify people because anonymous people should not be participating and so on. I am not saying that for every person that wants to participate, but it's contradictory that you in the mailing list say that we need to identify people, and now you discuss that because I am saying something like that in the proposal, it should not be there. Thank you.
Go ahead, Professor Ni. We don't have anyone on the virtual mic, so you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Co-Chairs, would you remind Jordi that the policy proposal is not his, it belongs to the community. Please, I said, would you remind the author that the policy proposal, once it's been admitted in the working group, is not his. And so we stop this personalization thing. And also, I observed that the immediate response to criticism was to say, your proposal also has the same. It does not belong to them. It belongs to the community. So let's remove those personalizations from our discussions. The second thing is, I'd like him to think through what he said, that it's not the bylaws that created the PDP. If the bylaws was removed from our documentation set, you will not be having this discussion. Okay, let's know the order. I mean, this company is run by its laws, its own bylaws, okay? Not by ICP, whatever. We all are, of course, we believe in the community perhaps even more than he himself may think. If you are not sure, I'm one of the founders of this organization. If I didn't believe in community, I would not have been part of that. The main thrust of my message here is that there's hierarchy, there's structure, okay? And you can't suddenly just turn the structure upside down. We all understand that the community is the driving force of our work in terms of at least the policy discussions. But it has to work in a certain frame. And that frame, as far as I know, has been created by the bylaws. Yes, we all even sign an agreement with ICANN, where the ICP that you're referring to is part of our understanding and is part of our practices, okay? So nobody is questioning about ICP2 or any of these things, no. But we are telling you that this forum had to be created in a formal way, and that formal way is embedded in our bylaws, and we like to follow our bylaws, okay? And therefore, we must understand that there will be times when PDP must be told you are not performing or you're not doing well, and that can only come from the structure within which it was created, okay? So I think we should just, be careful. Now, I come back to the problem statement. I'm saying that instead of asking questions, tell me what is wrong, okay? It may be based on questions that you have studied, and then you say, oh, I have so many cases of this problem and so many cases of that problem, so I should solve it. But if you raise as a question, then I don't think you yourself know what the problem is. Because you're supposed to say that this is not right, this is not good, this is having this problem, that kind of thing. But this sounds like, and I'm a professor of computer science, by the way, this sounds like you are trying to do a research work, okay? So now before you are going to go and find the problem, that's what it sounds like. But I'm saying we should know what the problem is. See, we should know that this particular thing is not right, and so we want to prescribe the following solution. Not that you 8 questions. I mean, I'll be worried if it will go on. It's not that difficult to fix, by the way, but it looks like we don't want to or we don't hear it. And that is where, I'll keep saying the same thing, because if I see questions in the problem statement, it tells me that you are now going to find the answers to the problem. What is the problem? You don't know that. You are now going to go and find it. And I have a challenge with that.
Thanks for the comments, Professor Lee. Jordi, we don't have anyone online. You can go ahead, just respond it, and I will.
Okay. About the problem statement, if you go to the section 1 of the proposal, there are several points that are taken literally from what the co-chairs asked to the working group. And the co-chairs created that list of questions or problems as summary of different proposals working on the change or the update of the PDP. So it's not something that I make up. It's something that is real, and it's something that, in fact, before the co-chairs created that list several years ago, I already was working on that, and not just in this region, because the PDP was initially created the same in all the regions, more or less, and other regions evolved faster in updating the PDP, and others evolved slower. So we are in the same situation as other regions have been before. Now, a policy proposal you mentioned is not from the authors. Can you tell me where in the PDP says that? There is not a single point in the PDP that says that. Despite that, I agree with you. And in fact, if you go to the mailing list, you will notice that I have mentioned several times, and not just in Afrinic, but also in other regions, that when as an author or a set of authors send a policy proposal, they are more like editors than authors. I mentioned that many times. It's just a way to say, but it's important because when you are contributing to the community with a policy proposal, you are effectively giving the community the policy proposal with your volunteer effort. So we don't disagree with that. I don't really understand why you mentioned that. It was not about personalization. It was about reality. Every time anyone, especially myself, probably because I am the one presenting more policy proposals, send a proposal to the community, several people is contending that there is not a problem statement. Okay, so that was just my answer. And finally, regarding the bylaws, we can have a totally different set of bylaws, we can have a totally different organization, and the community will be still there. So the community is on top of the organization. The organization is just supporting the work of the community, but there is no way the bylaws can enforce the community in doing something. And what I am resolving in the proposal is actually not contradicting the bylaws, but making sure that the community explicitly empower the organization, Afrinic, to do what they are already doing. But we need to be explicit, because otherwise it's contradictory. Thank you.
Thanks, Jordi. Any further comments from the floor? I don't see no one in the queue, but we do have Gregory on the microphone. Gregory, please go ahead. Please state your name, affiliation, and your question. Gregory, can you hear us? I think it needs to be promoted. He's coming now.
Maybe?
Yes, go ahead, Gregory.
Okay, thank you. My name is Grégoire Eoumi. I'm working for myself and talking from myself. Thank you, Jordi, for the presentation. I agree that there are certain issues regarding proposal expiration that need to be fixed, but I do not agree about the PDP extension after the meeting. I think we should time out the meeting and keep it as we have now, because you have to see the big picture about the PDP. Co-chairs have enough time to look at each proposal before we come to present. So I think it's normal we keep it, the PDP as we have as today, so that co-chair take the decision and then we push it back to the mailing list. So we have the mailing list, we follow our own process. If there is appeal, if there is something to do, we continue to do on the mailing list, but we have to keep the PDP like it is, and we time out there so that we don't need to extend. It may work in other region, but for us, it's good now, and I think we don't need to change it. Thank you.
Thank you, and noted, Gregor. Just, Georgie, do you want to say something? I see you turned your camera on.
Well, I really don't agree with Gregor on this. I understand his position, and I recall when we presented this in LACNIC in 2018, the people was not sure, and afterwards it was working so well that they decided that new versions of a policy proposal even don't need to be presented at a PPM. Okay, so the people change their mind when they see that the things work. I think it's obvious that anyone can understand that after a discussion of 1 hour or 2 hours in a meeting, not necessarily all the inputs from the meeting are the same as in the mailing list. And that means that even if the co-chairs have already prepared, let's say, a view from the previous discussion on what is on if there is consensus or not necessarily that view should be maintained, and 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes to take that decision is not good. I think it creates problems. It's prone to create appeals and appeals and appeals. And instead of that, if the chairs have time to really verify all the comments, all the inputs, all the objections, there will be less possibilities of having appeals at every policy proposal.
Thank you, Jody. I think one of the contentious issues here is the issue of the bylaws and the review process. Maybe Ashok, you could give us your views on this as a legal counsel for Afrinic. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But maybe if you could refresh my mind about the issue. What is it that separates these two persons, Gregoire on the one hand and Jody on the other? Because I wasn't here at the beginning of the session. It seemed they are part on that particular issue. What is the issue on which you want me to express myself, give an opinion?
Okay, we want the legal counsel to talk about the bylaws and how is it reviewed, in fact, just so that the working group is also aware of the process that a bylaw review goes through. Okay, because sometimes we do hear that inconsistencies in the bylaws, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Manvi. Now, first of all, maybe the basis is that the bylaws emanates from the Companies Act. Whatever is found in the Companies Act of Mauritius has been adapted to suit the specificity of Afrinic as an RIR. Basically, the core of the bylaw is found in the Companies Act of Mauritius. So, when do we amend? The amendment of the bylaw generally, exceptionally, they would come from the management side, but generally it comes from the community itself or members themselves. If ever, in terms of the way the bylaws respond to problems or issues or certain things which have been raised in some quarters, then there is the need to either adapt, clarify, or remove certain clauses. So what do we do? There is always somebody who would propose the amendment. Generally, my good friend Krishna deals with most of the amendments that we had. For example, in 2020, he did the writing through the governance committee. So the matter goes to the governance committee, which would look at the rationale behind what is it that we want to suggest. We draw up a text, and the text would go for public consultation, I think for a minimum of 30 days. And once we get the feedback from the community for members, we readapt the text which we would wish to amend. And from then on, there's a new draft. I'm not so sure whether it goes back to the community again, but then it goes to the community. And once we are settled on the version that we would wish to present as the amended section of the bylaw, then it will be submitted to the AGMM for a vote thereon. To change the bylaws, we need 75% of vote, assertive vote on the bylaw before it becomes an amendment properly constituted and accepted by the community, and which will go into the next version of the bylaws. This is the way it has been done, I think, in 2013, 2016, and 2020. Unless there are any other clarification, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I have to say for the time being.
Thank you very much, Ashok. I think that's good for now. Unless there are any other comments or questions for Ashok. Kishna? Is Kishna here?
Yes. Now that Krishna has clarified the point, meaning that there's a question which seems to be lingering, is that whether the PDP is a standalone organization, entity, and that it can change the bylaws without the concurrence or without the board being involved in it. Is that the point? Yeah? Now, if it is a question of the supremacy, I haven't seen anywhere in any text where, even in the bylaws and the Companies Act, that where one entity created under the premise of an act or a bylaw supersedes in terms of its regulatory or power that it has, the earlier body which gives it mandate. The mandate of the PDP, of course, it comes from the community finally, but the board has a very important role to play in the workings of the PDP, because the board is the entity to which responsibility is given to administer the IP addresses, which is given to Afrinic for the community to be using for the development of internet in Africa. So I don't feel there is any rationale in trying to which one supersedes the other. Because there's only one clear basic objective in IP allocation, to see that there is a fair and proper distribution, allocation of resources we obtain to the community. I don't find that there is any hierarchy which has been established to say that the PDWG is up there, the board is down here, on some other entity is on the other side. There's no place where this is defined. Maybe I read something there where there's a statement made that the community is up there. I haven't seen any legal basis to say that the community is above everything. Afrinic is created under the Act and the bylaws under which it operates, and there's nothing which say the community is up there anywhere. The community, of course, we are answerable to the community insofar as IP resources management is concerned under the ICP2 document. It concerns only the management of IP resources. This is where this goes to the PDP, but this function for the PDP comes out of the ICP2 document, which is a document signed by Afrinic with ICANN. This is where I would rest.
Thank you very much, Ashok. Thank you. No, then we have one online comment.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to simplify the legal jargon, but at least from my understanding, I think we need to fundamentally separate the bylaws and the CPM, because in principle, the PDP is meant specifically to focus on policy development. And the way I understand it is that the empowered community, rather the participants of the PDP who discuss policies, and these policies then go back to the board to be ratified if there's consensus, is that at the end of the day, the PDP already has the bylaws already have provisions that invoke the PPM. So we are here because the bylaws have that provision that empowers the board to allow us to come here and openly discuss as an empowered community policy proposals. So we cannot therefore fundamentally try to affect the bylaws through the PDP. We need to basically, in principle, focus the PDP on policy discussions. Let the PDP specifically deal with policy discussions and nothing else. And there is no anywhere within the PDP where there's anything to do with the bylaws, amendments, and things like that. It's just policy discussions, policy development, policies that can be used to manage number resources. And the bylaws is already empowering us through the provisions which are in there for us to have this PPM and have policy discussion and so forth. So in principle, I think if I've understood also what Ashok is saying is that already the bylaws are empowering us to come here and do these discussions and develop policies to manage number resources. That is already provided for by us. Therefore, we cannot use now the PDP or the CPM to try and amend the bylaws. We don't have that power, and we have to fundamentally understand this, and this is why I think the proposal is somewhat flawed in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. We have Sylvain. Let's have Sylvain, and then now we'll give Jody a chance. So Sylvain, and then we have Jody, then we can close the Q&A.
I wanted to mention that we are the Policy Development Working Group. So we are allowed to propose whatever we think could work well. So after our work, after our contribution, our collaboration, we have the board of directors who are free to ratify or not. So they will have their time to say what they want to do. If they want to change anything within the bylaw, the actual version of the bylaws, they will do it. They will have the copy of the draft policy proposal. Then they will have the opportunity to say what they want to do. If they want to change the bylaws, they know what they will have to do. Due to the draft policy proposal, they will ratify. Okay, that is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvain. Jody, you can respond to the comments, then you can close the Q&A.
Yeah. I think there is some confusion here because the proposal is not changing the bylaws or suggesting that. It's on the other way around. I perfectly understand what are bylaws for an organization, but it's also clear that the community is not subjected to bylaws, okay? If the bylaws are broken, they should be fixed, but this is not exactly a problem of the PDP or the community. What I am asking is not to amend the bylaws with this proposal. Not at all. What I am saying is that the proposal actually authorizes things that we have in the bylaws and have never been authorized explicitly by the community. So I am not contradicting anything that what has been said by Ashok or anyone. In addition to that, what is clear is that Afrinic as an organization, as a membership organization, is a subset of the community. There is no doubt on that, not in the other way around. As Ashok said very well, the board is representing the membership and is responsible for the resources, nothing else. And the bylaws talk about the resources, not talk about the modification of the PDP, for example, or other rules that are not related to the resources, and however, they are in the CPM. Okay, so this is something written in the bylaws, and that should be corrected as well. But that's not something that the community should do. It's the membership that should do that. That's clear. The ratification is just a formality to ensure that something done by the community as part of the PDP don't endangers the membership, nothing else. But the bylaws cannot be a way to control the community. Never. That would be crazy. And finally, if we follow the legal comments of any policy proposal, including the one that the chairs declared consensus before, it means that we cannot declare consensus if there is any contradiction or any legal staff comments against a proposal. And we have done that several times, including 1 hour ago or 2 hours ago. So it's ridiculous that we engage in this discussion when I am not saying in the proposal in any place that the bylaws should be changed. Thank you.
Thanks, Jordi. Thanks for the online participants. We are not seeing any comments or questions anymore. Also, no one else on the virtual queue, neither on the on-site queue. So me and my co-chair, we will ask you guys for 10 up to 15 minutes to further deliberations on this policy proposal, and then we will come back to you guys. Thank you, Jordi, and we will be back to you in 15 minutes.
Hello. Thank you for your patience and for remaining in the forum. I'm trying to look for my AIS. Oh, yeah. So, as co-chairs, we have come to a decision, and having considered the discussions in the RPD mailing list and the current PPM, and the author having addressed the concerns raised by the PDWG, the co-chairs have determined that rough consensus has been reached. The policy proposal will now move to the last call, and the community is encouraged to further engage during that period. We also ask the Afrinic Secretariat to assess the practicability and impact of having both policies, the PDP working group guidelines and procedures, as well as the PDP update. So we ask the Afrinic Secretariat to assess the practicability and impact of having both policies implemented in Section 3 of the Consolidated Policy Manual and to revert back during the last call period. Thank you. And with that, I think I just want to thank everybody for their time today or this afternoon, and to look forward to meeting you tomorrow. This brings the end of the first day of the PPM, and we look forward to meeting you tomorrow at 9 o'clock UTC. Have a good evening.